It's Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. I'm Jesse. Today we're going to be playing the Medusa Report. Medusa Report was kickstarted in 2023 and delivered this year. It's a follow-up to the Vandermist dossier, which we played last week. It's actually part of a Dutch trilogy. Only the first two have been translated into English. I suspect we will get the third episode in the trilogy eventually. It's quite highly regarded. Although I think I speak for most of us in saying that the Vandermist dossier, which we played last week, was impressive in some ways, but felt a little thin and felt a little off in the pacing. It was set up as a cold case game, but sort of dropped off at the end with a bunch of stuff thrown at us. Just weird in the pacing of the game. But as I understand it, this episode will be much more focused on spy elements. If you haven't watched the Vandermist dossier playthrough, it would probably be better for you to start there than jump into this one. It is a continuation of the story. I believe it's a standalone case, but it may make more sense having gone through the first experience. Okay, anything we should talk about before we get started? Let me check in with the chat here. If you haven't watched the first playthrough, you should at least know that this is an escape room type game. That means there's puzzles, there's a narrative. This one feels a little bit more like a cold case as well, but puzzle-centric. Okay, anything else to talk about? Probably not. I will remind you that I purchase all the games we play on this channel myself. If you want to support more unbiased content like this, I hope you'll subscribe, give this video a thumbs up. Next week on Sunday, I will be doing the 4th Game Design Diary live stream. I think I've scheduled that for 1 p.m., not the normal 3 p.m. I'm not sure it's helpful for me to keep changing the times, but something about it feels like different things should be at different times. So there's that. You can see the box behind me for high and low. And we've got 2 serious cases for it now that you can play with digital documents if you're interested, including my case, which is still undergoing some tweaking. And I believe that what I'll focus on next week is the issue of time pressure, time limits, and how it's being implemented in high and low. Okay, let's open this box and see what we got. So it's the form factor is the same as the Vandermist dossier, together with this little label. We opened it on the Vandermist and there was a little diagram. It feels very light for such a large box. Most of the games of this type are being distributed in like little envelopes these days, so it's unusual for this one to come with such a large box. I should mention the cost, because if you're considering buying this yourself, and if it does seem like something you might want to play, you shouldn't watch this playthrough because everything will be spoiled. You should purchase it yourself. But I believe I purchased both the Vandermist dossier and the Medusa Report as a pair on Kickstarter, and it was something like 115 pounds. So I think delivered. So I think this is like a $60 game now. This is not a cheap game, and I think that's kind of how we felt about Vandermist dossier. It felt a little light for such a high cost. Okay. But oh, I see. I did not turn on the cameras here. Hold on. Like I've been slipping lately. All right, let's see how long it takes for this to come on. Where's my technical difficulty thing? I did it's been a while since I had to show technical difficulties, so I should get in more practice on that. Should have a button right for it here. Anyway, I was just testing the technical difficulty screen. If I don't do something for a week, I've forgotten how to do it, and it is important that I be able to switch to that. Okay, Medusa Report. Let's get back to our game here. All right, so a large box, maybe because they want all these boxes to be the same, but very little actually in it. This could have been shipped in a little envelope instead of a box. All right, we've got an introduction letter and then a dossier and a couple extra things. In fact, this is mostly matching the same format as Vandermist. URL to go to when you've solved it. A picture suitable for framing that might give something away that is not part of the game, just something you could put on your wall. The dossier and something else, which we don't know what it is. Okay, let's read our thing here. And let's see if I need to focus in or if it's already focused. Okay, so here's our welcome letter. Okay, so Fiomella Institute, the same institute of Helen Vandermist from our previous game. So she's writing to us again, it seems. Subject, picked up Abigail's trail. Dear detective, Abigail reached out to me! Exclamation point. My hands shake even as I type those words. I should be ecstatic after all these years, but Although she says she's safe, I fear for her life. Thanks to you, I know Abby was recruited by the SEA, Safeguarding of Exposed Assets, in 1979, the same secret intelligence agency that once employed our father. In her message, written on a bundle of photos, she now tells me she finally fled them recently and has gone into hiding. I'm in need of your expertise again. She told me to extract something called the Medusa Report from the SEA archives. No easy task, but I did manage. I tracked down an old friend of our parents, Andreas Bremeyer. He admitted that he, too, was once involved with SEA. He wants to help and used his old connections to produce the report, as well as something else, a written record of Abby's final interrogation before she left the agency. Please try to find out where Abby's hiding, and if you can, what it is she discovered about something or someone called Medusa. Normally, I would not want to rush you, but after reading her conversation with an agent codenamed Tulpa, there's no telling what that woman will do if she finds Abigail before we do. Professor Helena Vandermist. P.S. Abigail used 5 post-its in her report, but the SEA removed them and added them separately. You could start by working out which post-it goes where. Besides that, focus on the instructions she wrote on the back of a photo of her and myself. SEA removed them and added them separately. I'm not sure what that means. Start by working out which post-it goes where. Okay. Then there's a list of contents, which we're going to... I've added the stack of 6 photos Abigail sent me. Okay. So we're not going to read the contents. If we think something's gone wrong, we'll check it to see if something's missing. All right. So there's that. And then there's this. What is this? Transcript. Interrogation conducted at station U12 something by agents something and Tulpa something attending remotely, citing documents with restriction levels 4 and 5. So this is censored information. Vector says, hey, what's it been, 20 minutes? You think I don't know this trick? I've been on the other side of that glass, you know. Vector groans. Her back seems to ache. Judy, stop messing around. Come get me already. Vector sits down against the wall, visibly agitated. Censored and Tulpa enter the room and take a seat at the table. It's about time. Who's she? What happened to blank? You can call me Tulpa, ma'am. I will take your case from here. Please take a seat. I'm just fine right here, honey. Tell me the bad news so I can get back to work. Abs. No, this is someone else. Abs, please change your attitude. This is serious. You stole from archives. You're skipping your check-ins again, and we believe you've been planning to leave the compound without leave. How are the censored supposed to trust you? Trust me? Trust me? After everything the SEA took from me? After all the broken promises, decades upon decades? How can you even ask that after... Don't give me that. You get to do unbelievable work, protecting democracy, removing innocent witnesses from conflict zones, preempting torture and injustice. At our age, are you saying you wouldn't do it all again? Knowing what you know, would you turn it down? I was a child, Judy, naive and excited. You had me believing I could be safe here, that I was wanted, but I'm just another brain. Hey, I was just the recruiter. If it was up to me, silence. Vector and Censored both stopped talking. Agent Vector, take a seat now. Vector grunts and gets up from the floor. She sits down at the table. Agent Vector, you were questioned today about 5 illegally obtained pieces compiled by you from various sources in what you call the Medusa Report. After reviewing the incident, we've reached our verdict. You are to be suspended from duty indefinitely. Censored and Censored will take over the transition. And this, you will this, and blank starting today. What? Judy, what's going on? I've been in here before for the same sort of crap dozens of times. All I ever got was a slap on the wrist. What's different this time? Don't answer her. Vector knows very well what she has done. Bank finally got tired of her insubordination. Vector smirks. No, I don't think that's it. You haven't even asked me what I discovered. Not a single question. Neither of you have any idea, do you? Did they not tell you? You're raving, Abs. What are you talking about? You have to ask. It's right there on the cover. Medusa, a fabrication. None of the documents in your so-called report mention anything or anyone by that name. We're done here. Then tell me what happened to McLaughlin. Who? She is referring to Joshua McLaughlin. He is mentioned in the collected documents, some nuclear physicist and informant for the CIA. He was executed by the KGB in 1974. Bullshit. Fine. He was killed under suspicious circumstances near Nikitograd at the height of the Cold War. Is that better? The SEA made an extraction attempt, but it came too late. Abs, what are you looking for here? We lost good people all the time back then, with no official cause of death. Listen, Joshua McLaughlin was a close friend of my parents, but for some reason my father is nowhere to be found in these documents. He was the SEA's best extraction specialist at the time. You've said it yourself. But he was left out of the loop on this mission. Why? With his help, McLaughlin might have been saved. But Director Bai didn't want him anywhere near it. Was this in Bai's time? Wasn't Simon already dead by then? Not yet. This was 1 year before we found him. About 5 years before you snatched me up in Listenberg. The daughter of the great Simon Vandermist. You know you were more than that. Enough! This interview is finished. Agent, please leave us. What? Why? Looks are exchanged, after which blank leaves the room and closes the door. You must be an exceptional asset, or they would have purged you years ago. Abandon this little research project of yours, or else. Are you trying to threaten my life? Give it up. I don't have one. None to speak of, anyway. Perhaps not. But even you must have something you value, something or someone. You wouldn't dare. There's a deal. We struck a deal ages ago, before you were even born. I gave it all up. So she would be kept out of this, and I never did contact her, not once in all those years of being an agent. Well, as of today, you're not an agent anymore, are you? Did you know she's looking for you? She even managed to find out about the SEA. Impressive. You heartless creep, you're pathetic. You have no idea what you're up against. Of the network she's built, the favors she can call in around the globe. Oh, when Helena decides to take on the SEA, she's gonna have a field day. Oh, I know all about your sister's talents. I dare say I have some talents of my own. Topa leaves the room. You keep your filthy hands off my sister. Do you hear me? Okay, then report in question, NHLDJ. Contents 1, evaluation of extraction attempt. This is the contents of the Medusa report, I guess. Contents of extraction attempt 22391 on 9 September 1974 on a 5 1/4 floppy disk, including printout of file. Page 125, 126, from book Credit Where Credit is Due, 70 notable Nobel Prize runners-up from 1901 to 1970. 3, final confirmation, August 22nd, 1974, letter to Caroline By, sent by Colonel Charles Magus, then Chief Information Officer of the CIA. Attached tactical map number 74, Nikitargrad area. Item 4, what a grievous failure, September 2nd, 1974, sent by Caroline By, then director of the SEA. And 5, a transparent sheet with supplement to map number 74. All right, let's see what we've got here. So it's a transcript of an interrogation, and we know who some of these people are. Vector is our girl, Abigail. This other person who's been redacted is Judy. We know because she's talking to her by her name. They forgot to redact that. Judy is the one who recruited her in our last game, our last part of the cold case. And as that cold case ended, we know that our girl Abigail, aka Vector, joined Judy in the SEA. So Judy recruited her into the SEA, this secret organization. And so they know each other well. They're talking. And it looks like our girl Abigail has compiled this report, and she's bent the rules. She stole from the archives. She skipped check-ins. And our girl says, I do this all the time. The most I ever get is a slap on the wrist. But now this new person is coming in, Tulpa, who's basically telling her they're kicking her out completely. When asked about the Medusa Report, she says some intriguing things here. She says, we've decided to kick you out because of this. And our girl Abigail says, what's going on? I've done this before dozens of times. I only get a slap on the wrist. And then she says, you haven't asked me what I've discovered. Not a single question. You don't have any idea. It's right there on the cover, she says. And then Tulpa says, Medusa is a fabrication. None of the documents in your report mention anyone by that name. Then she mentions this guy McLaughlin, Joshua McLaughlin, executed by KGB. She says, no, that's not what happened. Okay, I admit. She says, we don't know how he was killed. The SEA was going to try to extract him from Russia, but it didn't work. He was killed beforehand. And then our girl Abigail says, look, something's fishy because my father, Simon Vandermist, was the best extraction agent in the agency, and somehow he was kept in the dark. So I don't know. What does that mean? Did they want him? Did they not really want to extract him and save him? This nuclear scientist. And then she threatens her. She says, we can get at your sister if we need to. All right, and there we have it. Well, there's our setup. Guess we don't need that, but we do need these. And then Helena has contacted us again and wants us to what? Find out where Abigail is hiding. Her message written on a bunch of photos. She's fled them. She's gone into hiding. Find out where she's hiding and what she discovered about something or someone called Medusa. Then she says, 5 post-its in the report. Start by working out which post-it goes where. Okay. So before we get into the report, we can look at the message and the photograph. Okay. Well, these look pretty like real photographs. Okay, let's start here. Picture of the two sisters, it looks like. But there are some interesting things. There's some two blue triangles, it looks like. I don't see anything else, but that definitely don't belong there. What's on the other side? Helena, I have fled/left the SEA. I'm safe, but I can't contact you directly. I'm so sorry for all these years. At times I was close enough to touch you. Thank you for what you said at Mom's funeral. I miss it too. You should hear what I discovered. I collected it all in a file, the Medusa Report. It's in the SEA archives. Locate it if you can. You can locate it if anyone can. I gave one of the documents a pink post-it. You can't miss it. Take that document and... Okay, so these are codes. So she's written a message in this code. And this is the only thing that we've seen elsewhere. This two triangles in opposite directions with a 2. Is there a number on this? Doesn't look like it. So you could, this is probably just a simple code where each symbol maps to a letter. Sorry. Each symbol maps to a letter. I don't know what the numbers are, though. Is there ever... They're just 1s and 2s. Is there ever the same set of symbols with different numbers? It doesn't look like... No? No, cancel that. Because there's our symbol with a 1, and there it is with a 2. So we may have two sets of alphabets, depending on whether there's a 1 and a 2. We certainly might do a frequency analysis of this to see if we could guess what symbols are for what letters, but maybe we'll hold off on that. Take that document and something. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, so here's another set of symbols, different symbols, someone pinning a medal onto someone. Let's see what she says here. Simon Vandermit's dad, one of the agency's greatest. I remember after finding his body, I suddenly realized I'd never really known or understood him. The SEA used that curiosity to drag me in. Very much I still don't know, but I'm finally starting to put the pieces together. Okay, so that's a little awkward. And what have we got? An underlined S and an underlined V. So what do we think? Is it possible that that's one is an S and one is a V? I see now, looking at this, we have a similar situation. We've got an underlined H and an underlined Y. So is it that this is an H and a Y? Are all these symbols 2 letters at a time? Is this an H and a Y? And is this an S and a V? Now notice that this is a down triangle and up triangle, and this is an up triangle and a down triangle. But if we're right that these match to these things, then they're not individual letters. So maybe this is just a pair of letters, HY, and a pair of letters, SV. That's an odd combination of letters, though, SV. You wouldn't expect it to see it so much. In fact, it's only done here. Maybe the number is which of the pair it is. So if this pair is SV, maybe the number 2 means this is the V. And then of this, if this is the H and Y, then I wonder if this means take the second letter of the pair, the Y, and this means take the first letter of the pair, the H. Looks like from the chat, Petiol was thinking the same thing. Okay, let's continue here. Colonel Charles Magus, Chief Information Officer. He's got a set of symbols on his card and 2 letters again. Officially, Charles Magus is ranked far below Director Waterhouse, but he was the real CIA mastermind of his time. Getting McLaughlin out of the KGB hands was essential to him. It would be a disaster if the Russians learned what McLaughlin had told the Americans about their nuclear program. Okay. And here we have another set of symbols. Photograph of someone we don't know. Another 2 letters. This young woman terrifies me. All I know is her code name, Tulpa. Aha, so this is Tulpa. Okay. I fear I've put you in her path. Please be careful. Stay in public places. Tell people where you're going. Don't answer your phone. Okay, another set of symbols. Carolyn M. By, head of operations, 1973 to 1979. Okay, and another 2 letters. Under Bai's leadership, the SEA went through a huge change. Efficiency shot up despite a lower budget. How did she do it? How indeed. Okay. And we've got another person here and another set of symbols. And presumably another 2 letters. Remember, Dad's friend Joshua, he was a nuclear physicist informing for the CIA during a stay in the USSR. When his cover almost fell through, the SEA was charged by the CIA to get him out of there. And then we failed. Okay, so 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos, 6 symbols. So we should probably write those down for decrypting, and then maybe we can decrypt this message. I suppose that's where we should start. Okay, let's make our code book here. So we've got that symbol, which we think is HY. Okay. Then we've got this symbol, which is SV. Okay. Next we have this symbol. Which is OG. Okay, where's her symbols up here? E and I. And we have two triangles for U and E. And lastly, R and W. Okay. All right, so there's our deciphering. Let's see if we can't get this message now. Let's see if I can keep it all on screen for you. Maybe we'll decode this and then we'll take our little early break. Okay, so that's a V and then I and then we, oh, that, yes, we do have that one, U, W. Okay, so it looks like we've got the right idea. View and then I T, view it. E H R O U, sure it's going to say through, view it through. Just want to make sure I know where I am here. THROUGH. Okay, now we're right there now. Okay, so T H E, through it through the I R E H I. Oh, where am I? Through the I R E Y E S. What did I mistranscribed here? Through it, view it through. Ah, this should be H. Oh, that's going to be a 1, even though it looks like a 2. Through. Okay. through their eyes. Okay. So the chat is telling me it's the classic case of I broke at the E, but I should have broken the word here. View it through their eyes. Okay. So that sounds like our classic case of a grill with holes in the grill to tell us what letters to read. But clearly not something we're going to be doing with these photos. Something we'll be doing in the Medusa report, I would guess. Okay, so progress on decrypting our message. And then the suggestion from Helena was that we start with some Post-its that we should be able to find in here somewhere. But what we'll do is we'll take a little early break here. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll get started with the actual report. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Playing the Medusa Report. We've decoded the first message. It says, view it through their eyes. We don't know exactly what that's about. DJ Moneycut in the chat is saying a tulpa is a kind of spirit creature from Tibetan mythology. Tulpas were featured in the most recent season of Twin Peaks. And it says, maybe through the eyes of the people on the photos. It's possible. It's possible. Doesn't feel right to me, though. Okay, let's take a look at this report. HNLDJ, the Medusa Report. Looks like it says $5, but it doesn't. It's like symbol number 5 collected by Vector. And some redacted stuff. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. A very padded envelope from the CIA. Do not bend. JM, that's probably our John McLaughlin guy. September 9th, 1974. We go back in our thing here and look at what the dates mentioned were. Maybe it makes sense to write some of these down. Here are the contents, though, to help give us some context here. Here is the evaluation of the extraction attempt on a 5 1/4 floppy. So I guess that's probably what this is. Do not bend. Okay. Then we've got page from a book, credit where credit is due. Looks like that's what this is here. The suggestion was, however, that we start at the post-its. Abigail used 5 post-its in her report. SCA removed them, added them separately. You could start by working out which post-it goes where. I think I understand now. It's saying that there's 5 items here and 5 post-its, and it wants us to figure out which post-it goes with which item. Okay, so here's one item. Here's another 2 item. Then we have this transparency. Transparency. Here's our list. Transparency book. And we've got a letter to Carolyn Beer. Sent by Carolyn Beer. What a grievous failure. Okay, this is the what a grievous failure letter. Then this is the letter from Carolyn B. with a paper clip not attaching anything. Nice watermark from the CIA. Wow, that looks real. Raised stamp is what it is. Okay, that's pretty impressive. Then we've got the transparency. What's all this? Looks like a map that's been cut up, and then the post-its. Where is our map? Why is the map not... Why am I not seeing the map? The floppy disk, the pages of the report, pages of the book, the letter, another letter. Attached is a map. Okay, so attached to final confirmation, letter to Carolyn B. is the map. Okay, so this is supposed to be with this. Let's just reattach it. Okay. So those are our 5 items, and here are our post-its. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So the question is, what post-it goes where? Let's separate them out here. Maybe we'll do it on the table. Did we see something about a pink post-it? Where did we see that? This one looks like it's got blood on it. This looks like it's... I can't tell if this is on purpose. This one, some of these look like they have writing on the back. Maybe we could use that. Okay, so now what's the part about, why am I remembering something about the pink post-it? Am I imagining that? Someone remind me why am I thinking the pink post-it is something else? That got mentioned. Is it in this letter? Oh, here. Okay. She says, you should hear what I discovered. I collected it all in a file. It's in the SEA archives, located. If anyone can, it's you. I gave one of the documents a pink post-it. You can't miss it. Take that document and view it through their eyes. Okay, so whatever document gets this, we can view it through their eyes, whatever that means. Maybe this, maybe through these eyes. Maybe Anna was right. Although I'd hate to think we got to poke holes in these. But maybe. All right, let's see if we can assign these to our 5 documents. So let me rearrange this a little bit. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm not sure if we should open this. Oh, I guess it is openable. All right, so let's take this out. Kind of weird. All right, well, it's the same old story where inside here it looks like, I don't know if you can see it. Actually, pretty hard to see, but it looks like there's an additional, what's the best way to show it? It looks like there's an additional letter behind this bubble wrap, but we're going to pretend we didn't see that until the game tells us to find it. Okay, but look at this. This is an honest to goodness, now it's a little warped, sure looks like a 5 1/4 floppy. DD would be double density. So I don't know if any of you out there have used a 5 1/4 floppy. There were 8-inch floppies that were a little bit before my time. 5 1/4 floppies, which are completely well within my time when I first learned to program on a Krememco Z2D, which was a Z80 based machine. It had double 5 1/4 floppies on the front of it, CPM machine. Then came the 3 1/2 inch floppies. Those are the ones that most people have seen with a hard plastic shell. These feel much more fragile. But they worked. They absolutely worked. They were kind of loud when they worked, but they worked. Okay. So, and then on the back of this is some codes. Okay, now I recognize something right off the bat here. Look at this. Now, the real question is, could you put this into a machine and read it? Obviously, this game doesn't require that, but I really wonder if you could put this into a 5 1/4 machine and read the file. Okay, you need to know what operating system it is. But I noticed something. Look here, and then look at the back of these Post-its. One of them really looks like it matches that. This one. This looks like this font. Let's see. ELTO. I actually don't see it here, but, and then this looks like NIV would be on the right. So I'm kind of surprised. I thought this would be pulling off text from here. I don't know if this is on purpose or not, of course, but I thought we were going to get a clean match. NIV, I don't see it though. The floppy disk came with this. I guess this is the content of what's on the floppy. It's fully encrypted. So this is the file that's on this floppy disk, fully encrypted. Oh, fully encrypted? I mean, we can make out some of the text behind this. That's a little confusing. Oh, but look at what this is. There's a Post-it. Is that the yellow Post-it? No, it's got a number on it. Oh, that doesn't look like our Post-it. Okay, well, there's all of our items. I don't know if the Post-it belongs on this or this, presumably this. Let's look at our Post-its to see what we're trying to match up. The orange one says, who would have thought this would be so hard to find? Anyway, I'm glad I did, even if I did cut my thumb on it. Okay, so she found something and cut her thumb. So do we have anything that's got, any of our documents have blood on them? Doesn't look like it. What about on the map? Okay, a little bit strange. I would have thought or sounded like, oh, there's the blood. Okay, so sure seems like this Post-it goes with this. Now, does it go somewhere? How about right there where that groove is? Okay, so we figured out exactly where this Post-it goes, and it's pointing to something. The blue Post-it went with the see-through sheet. Let's see. So we found this one, and then look at this longer message, but when you put this where it belongs, you now get the blue Post-it went with the see-through sheet. Okay, so there's one, and now she's telling us right off that this one goes with this one. Does it go in a specific place, though? We don't know. Let's see what it says. DOL1. There was no nice way to get this one. I better be onto something here because I don't think I'm coming back from this. Okay. So does it matter where we put it? I'm just going to put it here for now. So this is the supplement to the map. All right, so let's just put these two aside. We think we've got those. That leaves us with 3 more Post-its. The pink is the one you're going to look through their eyes for. I knew it. This proves my theory, but what now? Who else was involved? Did Dad know? It should have been impossible to get. Thank you for sleeping on the job. Jen from Archives. Okay. So it's possible we'll see one of the archives documents has got Jen's name on it. And the yellow says, let me get this straight. McLaughlin was in a Soviet bunker, but Maggie's never pointed out which one. Afterwards, to decode the evaluation, Bai had to use the right location somehow. That's crazy. So if I had to guess, I would guess this one goes with this because of the printout looks the same, but I'm not sure. Let's read what the text is on the back of this. It says, this disc held the evaluation for the bungled rescue mission. All the information I could hope for, except the drive is damaged. What a surprise. I could only print out a single document, and even that is corrupted. Okay, so from this disk, this got printed out. We can see some of it. Some of it's in plain death. So this may not be code. This is just corruption. So maybe we might just treat this as, well, I don't know. Either it can be decoded. It kind of looks like, here's alphabet. This seems like it's kind of suggesting that maybe it can be decoded. But, and then maybe it can be decoded, but let's take a look at what we can read straight through it. High energy theory applied nuclear physics was not, and does something. McLaughlin and myself met several times. Ranking officials, he was allowed a formal weapons compound, all in the name of scientific restrictions to the access had given him. His lack of something. Sorry to say, we might have pushed him a bit hard. April kept up until the day of his death. Soviets was kept. Suggests some other gratification, a special scholarship in his name. I've also arranged for an unexpected financial windfall for the bereaved. I have known you to be a kind-hearted commander-in-chief, information officer. Okay. It should have been impossible to get. Thank you, Jen. All right, let's take a look at what else we've got here. We've got this letter. This is the what a grievous letter. What a grievous failure letter. Colonel Magus, late last night, the unfortunate fate of J.J. McLaughlin was relayed to me. Everyone in personnel and academic circles will surely be as distraught as myself, though none will understand the true impact of his contributions to our peace and the global security. This man was an icon in his field. When we took on this mission, we underestimated the complexities of the situation. It pains me that we were unable to prevent this outcome. For the death of Joshua McLaughlin, I take full responsibility. Today, the USSR called his passing a natural one. In a short piece in today's Pravda, they described it as tragic. Luckily, the article doesn't suggest they know about his intelligence work. Okay, and then we've got some red stuff through this that suggests if we had some red, we might be able to read it better. Red film. Let's see what we've got here. So I have a thought. Remember the message says, read it through their eyes? What about this red? Can we read this? Does this help us read it? Almost, because this is an eye. Feels like this almost makes it readable. Not quite, though. Hmm. Okay. Find that document and read it through their eyes. It feels like this is probably this. Feels like this is probably the thing we're supposed to read through their eyes. That's my guess. That we're supposed to read it through that eye. Anything on the back on this one? No. I'm going to put this one here for now. Okay, so then we've got two more, one of which looks like it's matching the letters here. So I kind of feel like this is this. This should have been impossible to get. Thank you for sleeping on the job, Jen from Archives. Now, why would we think it's Jen? All right, let me just put this here for now. That would make this one go to this. Is there a reason to think this text matches up? Let's see what these say. Let me get this straight. McLaughlin was in a Soviet bunker, but Maggie's never pointed out which one. Afterwards, to decode the evaluation, Bai had to use the right location. That's crazy. And this word crazy is physically indented. Okay, let's see if this comment matches this. Let me get this straight. McLaughlin was in a Soviet bunker. The location makes sense that it was the one with the map. So let's see if this matches this. All right, director Bai. That makes sense that this is related to Bai had to use the right location. Subject final confirmation to Director Bai. On behalf of LP Waterhouse, Director of Central Intelligence, I hereby instruct you to proceed with extraction. Subject Joshua Ian McLaughlin. Extraction will be entrusted entirely to the SEA. Subject, while residing near Nikitagrad, collected vital information about nearby weapons bunkers and underground laboratories. Suspicions about him within the KGB are rising. Under no circumstances can we allow for him to be questioned. He is held in one of the bunkers. Consult the attached map of the region and study a book by the name of Credit Where Credit is Due. For obvious reasons, I cannot divulge any pertinent information it may contain. I have not forgotten your personal guarantee for this mission and trust you will not disappoint. You can expect our evaluation in the second week of September. Colonel Charles Magus. Okay, so this is for this. So I think we have the proper post-its on the proper things. This says Mr. Magus will send his evaluation on an ultra-modern disk. It will be encrypted. The key can be found at McLaughlin's location. The disk 22391, and is that what we've got here? 22391. Okay, so the key to decrypting that can be found at his location. And it's a grid, and we have a map here that we'll reassemble. Okay, but we've done the first task, it seems. We've assigned the post-its to the items. Then this says, take the pink document and look at it through their eyes, which feels to me like it's telling us how to read this using this. But boy, that's really not so easy. Easier said than done. Oh, look, we can actually do it on the screen. I can't do it with my natural eyesight, but we can do it through the screen. Okay, let's read it together. It's done. Charlene is eliminated. What? Okay. It says it's done. It's done, Charles. McLaughlin is eliminated. It's done, Charles. That's our... They're talking about Charles Magus. Someone's writing to Charles. Is it Carolyn B is writing to Charles? And she says, it's done, Charles. McLaughlin is eliminated. My God. All right, let me, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to do this so you can see it better without it jumping around. Okay. Okay, McLaughlin is eliminated. And we'll have to transcribe this. Maybe someone can transcribe this for me while I'm doing it. Okay, KG. I'm trying to figure out if I can keep this steady here. Okay. KGB will never find out what he knew. KGB will never find out what he knew. Thanks to my Medusa substance. What? Thanks to my Medusa substance? This is the future of protecting state secrets. Your instruction was clear. My field agents showed me how the correct shelter met the 4 requirements figure 34. The correct requirements met the 4 pointed, how the 4 requirements pointed at in figure 34. Okay, so she's talking about how she found the right place on this map. All right, so I do think it might be helpful to write out this message here, but we've got Medusa substance is future of protecting assets. Is that what she said? And then 4 requirements of figure, I think it said figure 34, pointed to bunker. Now, I just want to see what that last statement is about the future of protecting state secrets. It's not protecting assets, protecting state secrets. So this guy at the CIA wanted McLaughlin killed, and she did it. Okay, so now let's just read this last thing about your instruction was clear. My field agent showed me how the correct shelter met the 4 requirements pointed at in figure. That does look like 34, right? Figure 34. I believe that's right. All right, so that's pretty serious. We made good progress with that. Now, what are the 4 requirements? She says, let me get this straight. McLaughlin was in a Soviet bunker, but Maggie's never pointed out which one. After to decode the evaluation, we had to use the right location. But we haven't seen 4 requirements yet. Okay, well, we haven't reassembled the map. Let's take a look at this document and see if any requirements on this document. Oh, let me check in with the chat first. Medusa is a substance. That's what it said. Medusa is a substance. I think Medusa is the substance that kills the people. Maybe it's maybe they can put it on a letter on a piece of paper. When the person holds it, handles it, they die, and they're just talking about this is how you protect state secrets. You kill off the people that know it. Okay, let's take a look at this this document. Okay. Despite objections, the Ivy League finals went ahead as usual. This looks like a top-down view of people swimming. McLaughlin publicly accepted the apology in an attempt to defuse the situation, not distract from social movement at the time. In his position as honorary chair, he would work alongside many of his erstwhile detractors. Joshua McLaughlin is known as a builder of bridges across scientific fields. A popular speaker and a passionate traveler, he also shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Joshua McLaughlin and our dad were the best of friends. He would call out of the blue post mom abandoning us, checking in how it went with dad and us. All the while he was with the Soviets, risking his life. I'm sure you could see through our polite veneer. Dad would be What is a sheet after hanging up? Now I know why. At the age of 34, there's a 34. McLaughlin received two doctorates in 1939 from the faculties of high energy physics, applied nuclear physics at Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, both since merged into the Department of Physics. McLaughlin has co-authored an impressive 191 publications. His complete work can be requested from MIT's library, with the exception of his contributions at Oak Ridge National Laboratory between 1942 and 1943. In his spare time, Joshua McLaughlin is a gifted musician. From 1961 to 1965, he was conductor for the MIT University Chamber Chorus. None of this text is relevant. And here he is, the diagram. This figure 84. Did say figure. It looked like it was 34, but maybe it was 84. Let's see. Fun fact. Lauded mathematician M.L. Brown, a close friend of McLaughlin, initially mistook the visualization of the K-Mc-L radical for a 5-set Venn diagram. Such a diagram is a way to compare a set of properties and delineate all possible combinations. The reader may be more familiar with 3-set Venn diagrams, such as the following example. Okay. Publication of behavior of Koenig-McLaughlin radical is what ultimately earned McLaughlin his honorary chair. In his own words, one of, and then it goes off. So we're told 4 requirements. Are we trying to find 4 things, and then the one that's overlapping all of them that has all of those features is our one? So let us take a look at this map and see if we can identify what these requirements, overlapping requirements, might be. We've got a map. See if we can clear some space here. Okay, so here's our reconstructed map. I don't think there's anything on the back of any of these. Okay, nothing on the back. Map number 74. There's Nikitagrad. And then there's a couple things to observe. First of all, we've got these drawings here, these little Tetris shapes. And we know that some of them are here. So if we were to overlay them, looks like we can overlay it like this. Matching up this one here and this one here and this one here feels like that's how this plastic overlays. Okay, and what does the plastic give us? It gives us shaded area. And then down here, we have circled weapons research bunker. And how are we identifying that? It looks like a whole bunch of Roman numerals or something. I'd like to tape this with some temporary tape so it doesn't get all messed up every time I move it. But I don't have any temporary tape nearby. Okay, so what do we think? Supplement restricted to civilians. I mean, it seems like, oh, wait, look down here. Additional, located in forests lower than under 60 feet, accessible to civilians near water far from cities. The letters seem to suggest that there are 4 criteria. Where was there was more information though, wasn't there? What was here? What was this about? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. Then 1, 2, 3. Hmm. So what's the idea here? It seems like the idea was going. Okay, the chat's trying to get my attention. Let me just finish this thought here. Seems like the idea would be that we're going to locate a single area on this map that meets criteria. Either one of the requirements is that it's an intersection with this. I do note that these are the symbols found on the book excerpt, the colors at least, and the symbols. So it seems like we might be looking for a place that met all of these criteria. Although I thought it said 4 criteria, not 5. So should we be looking for a military bunker that's located in a forest lower than 160 feet, accessible to civilians, near water, far from cities? So this says restricted to civilians. So I think we're thinking it's inside here and then meets these criteria. But I'm not sure. Like, are those... Oh, this is a pain in the butt. I guess the part that's a little bit confusing to me is these don't seem to be on our map. Like, where are the areas that are lower than 160 feet? Where are the area that is accessible to civilians? Where is the area near water? I don't see those mapped. I do see that these are our military bunkers. So I believe what we've got is military, we've got bunkers with these numbers. Those are our candidates. But now, how do we do this if it's not on the map? Is it color? Is red these areas? Doesn't really make sense, does it? Because where's our yellow accessible to civilians? I guess that might be this. It doesn't really make sense to me though. All right, let's check in with the chat. Symbols are the same as in the Venn diagram. Yes, okay, I saw that. I really need to tape this together so it doesn't get disturbed every time. So we overlay this. This might be our restricted to civilians. Then we're trying to find one of these bunkers with numbers. That would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe only 6 candidates. 1, 2, maybe 7. But now it's confusing because it said 4 requirements, and yet here we have 5. But more importantly, I don't understand how to find these on this map. They don't seem to be... Are they little diagrams that I'm not seeing associated with each one? Is that a diamond? I don't have a diamond. It's just all using the same symbol. These are all just military bunkers according to this. Diamond and then numbers. So all of these are candidate military bunkers. But how do we find this? These don't seem to be on the map. What does that mean? How from this set of candidates in this general region do we decide which of these meet this criteria? Is it just that the ones in here are light blue near water, dark blue is lower than 140 feet, and red is far from cities? That doesn't seem right to me. And is that what we're supposed to take from this? That the green is located in forest? The dark blue is lower than 160 feet? The yellow is not on here, but on the overlay. The light blue near water. The red far from cities? Doesn't seem to make much sense to me. And if we overlay this, got the problem of the 4 requirements versus how many we see here. Then we've got the problem of there being no area here that matches these. We need a list. It would make more sense if we had a list of these places. Is this giving us that information? So let's look at this for a second. They go from A to F from 0 to 9. And if we look at these individual places, what do these codes look like? B7R8. Boy, this is going to be a pain in the butt to read from this tiny text. Let's do one that's inside the range of the top camera. Okay. F1B8C6. What's that? E7? If that is what it says, if all of these letters and digits, then we can read from this what they mean. Let's try that with one that we can read. Let's try one that we can read. It says, boy, that's a pain. All right, let me get my glasses. D5, D3, B6A1. Okay. D5, D3, B6A1. Tiny text. D5, D3, B6A1. So DJ Moneycut says, I think we'll use the letter chart after we find the correct bunker. That makes sense to me. So you're saying if we find the right one, then we look it up here. But let's just see. If we pick this one at random, let's see what we get out of it. D5 is you. D3 is should. B6 look. A1 again. Okay. So if we decoded that one I just found, it decodes to you should look again. So this is definitely the way to decode a location, but we could do them all, but there has to be a smart way to decide which one of these. There aren't that many of them inside this area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we absolutely could do 9 of them, but for requirements of figure 34, where is figure 34? Or number 74, could it be that we're just reading that wrong in figure 34? Or is it figure 84? Should we try to read that again? Let's see what figure it actually says. Okay, let me look at what the chat says. Check Jesse. Can't you just use the distance scale in the bottom left to rule out candidates? I don't know what that means. DJ Moneycut says, can we verify all the symbols on the map are actually in the picture in figure 84? That's an interesting point. Well, that's why we were looking at more than an inch away from red, an inch or less away from blue, inside green, outside black. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, so let me put together everything that everyone is saying. I think I understand what you're trying to suggest. Let's first confirm this part about what are the 4 requirements. Meet the 4 requirements pointed at in figure I can't tell if that says figure 34 or 84. So it could be figure 34, 84, but this is figure 84. So first thing is DJ Moneycut was seeming to suggest that while there's 5 extra things on this map thing, there are there 5 here in this diagram? We've got square, blue square, red triangle, orange star, yellow star, and then this asterisk green. Well, I know this X green is on this thing, and then the blue circle. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 things. There are 5 things in this diagram, but the text seemed to suggest 4, unless I'm misreading that. This says 4. So I don't know why there's 5 here. Okay, and so then the other thing the channel was saying is that, oh, it's so annoying to have this view zoom in. Okay. So I was saying, hey, why isn't this map showing us where these things are? And I think what the chat was suggesting is I pointed out that this overlay looks like it is civilian areas. So we put this over here, we get our civilian areas in here. And then the question is, can we, okay. Now the chat is saying 4 areas. Let me put that aside. I'm getting too pulled in different directions. So then the point is here, we've now got accessible to civilians in the shaded area. And now the point is that near water, we should be able to figure out ourselves, given the scale here. So here's our 10-mile scale. Ten-mile scale. So it should be 10 miles near water. So anywhere along the coast. Now, do these rivers count? Probably. But that would rule out these things because they're not 10 miles near water, assuming that it's including the near water as a requirement. Far from cities, bigger than 10 miles. So I guess we're thinking that the reds are the cities. So nothing super near a city. doesn't really rule anything out. There's no cities near any of them. Lower than 160 feet. So we do have these terrain height lines here, which tells us height above water. So I guess what we're meant to know here is that lower than 160. So here you see, here's the 160 line. So it would have to be below here. And then located in forest, I guess we've got this darker green is woodland, so that would mean it would be inside here, not in the tan area like this one. But then, so now I've explained all that, and now the channel was saying, hey, look where he's pointing. If you look at where he's pointing, the intersecting area is not in all five. Is that true? So actually, I guess if he's pointing right here, it's inside the blue, the red, the yellow, the light blue, the dark blue, the yellow, the red, but it's not in the green. So I guess that's what the chat was trying to tell me about. That's the 4. So if you map that to our map here, then we're saying it's not necessarily located in a forest, or definitely not in a forest. All right, so if we ignore the forest requirement and we try to map all these, sure would be nice if we didn't have to put this thing on top of it, which makes it impossible to see everything. The easiest way to do this, in fact, would be to use our tablet view, but let's see if we can do it without it and without drawing on this. It's a bit of a pain in the butt. All right, so what's the easiest way to do this? Maybe if I just... Okay, so let's see if we can eliminate things. So lower than 160 feet. Let me see if I can zoom in here a bit. Okay, so there's our area. So lower than 160 feet. I don't know if you can see it, but here's the 160-foot line. This, I don't know what they call this altitudinal curvatures. So right now we can say it's below there. There's our 160-foot altitude line. All right. Everything down here is below that. So that's the blue requirement. Accessible to civilians gives us in here. I'm not going to worry about marking that now. Okay, how about near water? Where's my 10-mile thing? Okay, so near water. Is there any place not near water? Yes. All of these places near this very edge here, like this one, is not near water. I think everything else you could argue is. So we can go further now and get rid of this guy. Okay. It seems to be the only one that we can rule out from out of near water. Far from cities. So Far from cities. Well, the cities are the reds, but actually, if you take a look, it says the big giant font is a large city, but then the small font is a small city. So actually, do we have other cities here with small fonts, like Krasnov here? Ugh. Okay, so is this the city here, Krasnov? If so, that would rule out this one, and that one would rule out this, would rule out this one. Oh, let's just try it. So I'm going to rule out this one by being within 10 miles of that city. And then I'm going to rule out this one here by being within 10 miles of this city, this small city. Assuming that that's a city. So let's rule out this guy. All right, we still got a candidate here, a candidate here, a candidate here. That guy's within 10 miles of water, right? Yeah. And a candidate here. And possibly, this looks like it's outside it, but it could be very close. Oh, but that's within 10 miles of a city. So let's get rid of this guy. All right, so what haven't we ruled out? What about the... No, the altitude is fine. Okay, so I've got 3 remaining. Oh, you think it's the opposite, huh? Okay, the chat's going to tell me now that the lines are showing where it can't be. All right, well, that's a pain in the ass to have done all that, but I think you're probably right. Although, okay, well, I think that's probably right. That's annoying. It's a very ambiguous term, restricted to civilians. My English tells me that means it's restricted to only civilians, but I guess it makes more sense to say that there's an area that civilians aren't allowed to go. Okay. I think that makes sense. I appreciate the channel telling me, but that's annoying. I'm going to remove all of this stuff. At least you're right that we don't have to figure out how to read inside it. Okay. Okay. So now we start again, and we have this annoying problem that we can't write on this map. And we have to consider everything now. Okay. All right, well, let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll work on it. It's a fun idea for a map, a little bit frustrating. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. It was a good time for a break. I was able to set something up better here. I do like these kinds of puzzles, actually, working with the map, ruling out areas. Just having to deal with the physical components without wanting to write in them is a little bit frustrating. But what I've done now is I've taken some of our overlays, plastic overlays that we can write on, and I've slipped this underneath it. So I think what we'll do now is, this is accessible to civilians. Well, I'm just going to use purple here. All right, I'm going to mark this area. Just rough. Doesn't need to be exact. Okay, so now if all goes well and I don't mess with this, I should be able to remove this. So this isn't in our way. Okay, so we believe that it can't be in here. This is areas where civilians aren't allowed. We're not 100% sure about that. We're not 100% sure. In fact, yeah, right, okay. But we think it means outside this area. Okay, now let's keep going. Lower than 160 feet in altitude. Can someone look up or tell me what the name of the lines, of the altitude lines on a map are? There's some word for them, but essentially what we're told is that this is a 160-foot altitude ridge line. And it looks like the altitude of this area is such that it just gets higher up here. So all of this area is too high for us. Everything down here is below 160 feet and is reasonable. Okay, so now we're looking for below the blue line and not in the purple. Okay. Next requirement is we don't think we can trust the located in forest, but it does have to be near water. So here's our 10-mile distance marker. So the big area that's not near water looks like this entire lower region here is far from water. So maybe if we traced that 10-mile thing, it would look something like and there's water here, so we don't want to count that, but basically something like this. There's no water within 10 miles of these areas. No, well, there's nothing in there anyway. These all have things of water. I don't know how much water it needs to be near. And this is all water, so it's not going to be in there. Okay, and then near cities. So if we take a city and draw 10 miles around it, we might consider this whole area out of bounds. I'm just trying to roughly do cities. And then if it's the red, that's the city. These are cities too, these reds. And then we think these towers are probably cities as well. There's a city. I don't know if that's a city, but this is certainly a city. 10 miles. I'll cover that too. That looks like a city. So that's going to cover that one. So what does it look like now? Well, I see one right here. That looks like a very good candidate. What about this one? No, that's too high up. So to me, it looks like it's right there. What do you think? Contour lines. So what do you think about this as our candidate? It's not in a forest, but we don't think you have to use forest. It's outside of civilian restricted. It's near water. It's not near a city. And it's lower than 160 feet in height. So I think that is our location right there. I don't see any other good candidates. These are not near water. The yellow circles are near cities. Sorry for the bad drawing, but you could just try to imagine that these are all X'd off for various reasons. Okay, so I think that's it. Let's try to run it through our code. Okay, let's see if we can read that. D6B9A2E3. D6B9A2E3. Okay. D6 read. B9 downwards. A2 is from. E3 ampersand. Looks like we found it. Read downwards from ampersand. Okay. So I think we've finished with this puzzle, but God help us if we need it again. So I'm going to try to preserve it. Read downwards from ampersand, huh? So if we're correct, it's how to read this, right? Where is her message? I'm trying to find where she says here. Okay, she says, let me get this straight. McLaughlin was in a bunker. Maggie never pointed out which one. To decode the evaluation, Bai had to use the right location. To decode the evaluation, and I believe that that's what we're looking at. The evaluation, which is here. But I don't see an ampersand here, just letters, but I do see ampersand here. So read downwards from ampersand. R comma H. Does that mean we should be looking at the R and reading down? Yes, look. Here's our uppercase R. So here's the ampersand. We have the letter R and the letter H. So if we read down from this R, we read down from this R, we get BIE, comma, by THAT, that, MEDUSA, that Medusa, STUFF, that Medusa stuff of you, that Medusa stuff of you, and then we're going to lowercase s, of yours is a goddamned ISASTER, is a goddamn disaster! Exclamation point. You swore the you swore the EFF, you swore the F. Do we have more R's and H's? No, that's it. You swore. Medusa stuff is a goddamn disaster. You swore the EFFE. EFE. You swore the. You swore the F. What does that mean? Cambos says the back of the green post-it lifted the rest of the columns, you think? We did notice there was this, but how would you... I don't see it. It's an interesting idea. Effective, yes, it does seem like it might be effective. You don't think it's the whole... You swore EFFE. Oh, is it here that it took off? Ah, it's here. This is here. And so it pulled off this. Okay. That's why we're missing here and here. That's pretty clever. Okay, so if we reverse this, remember this should be over here. We only care about what's here. What does that look like the letters are? It looks like maybe... Can I look through them this way? JTO. So that looks like a J, E, O. But what's this first one? Is it E? Yes, it's E, J, T, O. Okay. So we're starting with R. You swore it was effect, and then we should go to the E. lowercase e. You swore its effects were untraceable. You read them. You swore they were untraceable. Period. You read a you read them NLUC. Damn lucky we kept the your YOURE. You're damn lucky we kept. Now we're going to J. You're damn lucky we kept things under wraps. Period. Check behind the PAP. Doesn't look like that's matching. Doesn't look like T. Check behind the padding on the envelope. And find the key by turning the disc. Find the key by turning the disc. Okay, so that doesn't surprise me. Still pretty cool though. All right, so we already pointed out at the time that there looked like there was something in here. So now, but I said we're not going to open it till we get a reason, which now we have. So we're going to go into this and pull out the secret message here. Oh, look at that. Remember, Helena, that awful sweet smell that wouldn't leave the house and the way Dad's mouth wouldn't close? That was more than a year after this rescue mission. Someone held on to this stuff, despite Maggie's orders. Okay. Now, presumably, there's some rotation of this disc that's going to have something show up. I considered that at the time, but I didn't bother messing with that. But it's doesn't really want to rotate, to be honest. They don't want me to break this out. Just trying to loosen it a bit. Well, how about this? Maybe we're just meant to rotate this and not rotate the disc inside here, which is what I thought it was going to have us do. Can someone type in the chat what the instruction was that I read out so I don't have to redo it. What is this though? And why is that camera doing that? So the key is here, huh? One, two, three, four, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. This Medusa symbol. This looks like each of these could be spelling a word if these are 12 different letters, but then you wouldn't have the full alphabet. Those fit in here rather perfectly. But, hmm. Okay, panel's not helping me, so I guess I go back and redo this whole thing and be more careful. R Medusa. You're damned lucky. We kept things under wraps. Check behind the envelope. The padding, the envelope. Find the key by turning the disc. Find the key by turning the disc. Find the key by turning the disc. Okay. So it seems to me that even though this disc doesn't want to turn, but then let me see if it's thermal black thermal. Is it something's going to show up in here? Really doesn't want to turn though. There it goes. It was just glued down. Okay. Now it's starting to turn. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna keep turning and see if anything else comes up in here. It's just a hole. That's kind of weird. Oh, there we go. What's this? This looks like thermal. This looks like thermal. No? What's happening here? Like, it's on. Hmm. Clear there's a piece of tape, but is it? Sure looks like thermal material, but doesn't want to react to heat. That's weird. Alright, let me keep turning. So there's a hole. And then there's this piece of black thing that kind of looks like it's got little dots around it. Doesn't seem to reacting to heat. Can you see it's got little dots? Oh, there you go. You can actually, I guess they're not just they're not dots. They're the tiny, super tiny font. Whoever the people are making this game have some really good eyesight. Now, how am I supposed to? Is this supposed to peel off and then see it? No, you're not supposed to peel it off. All right, well, you may not be able to see this, but I can probably transcribe it. It's really hard to see, but okay. That's all right. I'll just transcribe it here. All right. Well, that's unpleasant. Okay. Some of these look like they're upside down or something. Is that what it is? Yes, it's just that they're upside down. So looks like N B L D H E F S E A D. Really hard to see this last one because it's lifted off. Looks like it might be an R. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so there's our letters. So is there an easier way to do this? How about if we do it this way? I think this is gonna be too try this and see if this works. Okay. It looks like CARCASS. C, where does it start? Starts at the C. CARCASS. Carcass. Okay. Carcass. Let me see if I can take these off. Okay, next one is looks like HAD. Carcass had a Carcass had a got this lined up right. Go a little more. Okay, Carcass had a C D. Is that really D? C D N T D R T E D. Okay, I can't do that in my head. C D N T T T R T E D T E D. Okay, so it's not a D, it's an O, contorted. That's an O. The carcass had a contorted ECAF. No, face, contorted face. So it seems like Medusa makes the face contort, which is the evidence that proves they used it on her father, I guess, because remember she said the smile would never leave the face. AND, whoops, and FLORAL, floral. SCENT, and a floral scent. So I think what they're saying is that this Medusa powder, whatever, killed people, but it had a recognizable signature that people could track. Okay. LOSE. LOSE. Lose all Medusa DOSE. Lose all Medusa doses. Yeah. No. Who's all Medusa doses? THA. Who's all Medusa doses that are LE? Who's all Medusa doses that are left? Okay, and then this is Abigail writing to us using this same code. That was Magus, Charles Magus, writing to Buys, telling her you've messed up. It's all traceable. Now, what is this? What is Abigail's also adding her own message here? What does she say? Looks like she's saying DL, no, FOLD, fold the EALCSTE, hold the EALCSTF. No. What does it say? F. Maybe F is the first one vertically down. F A L C O N, Falcon. Hold the Falcon. She's talking about the wrapper. The wrapper that the pictures came in. All right, let's hold the Falcon. This is going to be like paper or something, it looks like. ONT, onto. EACH, each. OTHER, onto each other. Fold the Falcon onto each other. Okay, so we decoded this. A little bit of effort. Jonathan says I did good using the transparencies today. Thank you. Okay, fold the Falcon onto each other. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means this. If you look at this paper that the initial pictures came in, what do you see? What you see is falcons. So this is pretty cool. I see there's a falcon here, here, and here. Hold them onto each other. Well, you could go several ways, but here are the two full ones. Does seem like there's could very well be message in here, but it's hard to know how they really mean to hold the falcons onto each other. Do they just mean the two full falcons? That doesn't seem to be anything. Do they want us to let us to have it in some well, I mean, if you were just going to do it in one fold and put square on top of square without worrying about lining up the words right, you would get that. That doesn't seem to be very helpful. Or you could go this way. That doesn't seem very helpful. Does it want all of the falcons on top of each other? Any thoughts? If I tried to keep it right side up, I could build it in multiple folds and get it on top of itself. Does that give us any message going down? Fold the falcons onto each other. I don't know, guys. This is just not my kind of enjoyment, but okay. Here they are on top of each other. Here's another way that they're on top of each other. What about just horizontally so that this one's on top of this one and this one's on top of this one? Upper right over lower left. Okay. Doesn't. Okay. There we go. How's that? It's like the worst of all worlds for all of us. You suffer by watching something you can't physically manipulate, and I suffer because I really dislike this kind of bullshit. But there must be people who like this, right? There must be people who like this. It's just not me. So we all suffer in this together. Problem is, should this text be aligned? Do they go on top of each other? Which falcons? All falcons? Do they just go on top of each other in some fashion? Are they supposed to have their right side up? I mean, this just feels stupid. Okay, so if I don't worry about the squares, actually, then it feels like this falcon angle can go on top of this falcon angle. And what about this? Is just so stupid. Cambo says this thing has to form letters or a QR code when folded, so it's got to be aligned to a square when folded. I mean, yes, I think the logical thing to think about is that maybe you're going to get a set of letters when they, like here down there, maybe that's, you might expect to get a new set of letters formed by halves. Like that. I don't want this paper line up properly. But it won't. Like it's misprinted. Not say anything? Down where it meets? We might be expecting to find a location, don't forget. How about like that? This is just so stupid. Turn it back horizontally. That means nothing to me. You mean you want to see what this might say if it's horizontal? I've only messed up part of a falcon with another falcon. It seems like a very weird thing to do. Not this one. And that's just assuming that we're connecting these. Don't know why we would assume that though. I do like the idea though that we're just trying to line up the falcons, not the... That says you might have been onto something with the diagonal fold. Problem with the diagonal... Yeah. I guess the question is there a way to get all the falcons on top of each other, maybe? Here's one set of diagonal folds that puts the falcons on top of each other. And about this one. That doesn't fold properly onto it, though. And it says, I thought I almost saw a word. Maybe it pays to talk about why this is so unpleasant an experience. Maybe that's more useful than solving it. Imagine you're watching this as a designer. Maybe some people love this stuff. Now, why do I find this so unpleasant? Such an example of a bad design for a puzzle. Well, it's because we've sat here for a half hour having solved conceptually what you want us to do, but struggling to make sense out of the instructions that are these ambiguous half instructions to fold falcons onto each other. And we're struggling with a fragile piece of paper flailing about randomly until we get a word that we can somehow read in here, when you've already shown us that you have no problem with making things almost impossible to visually make out with our eyes. So, and then at the end of this is going to be the name of a place. It's just a very, very frustrating end to a puzzle when you've figured it out, but you now have to flail about for an hour without being able to use some sort of deduction, just trying to fold this paper till we stumble on it and hope that when we do stumble on it, this deliberately obfuscated set of letters, that we recognize them. When you put the partial falcon on top of the whole one and turned it, it looked like there was a word next to the falcon, a big block letters, but I couldn't read it. All right, I'll try to do it again. Partial falcon. Well, here's one of them. Oh, fuck me. Here's the partial falcon slid over the full falcon. You want to be looking for something here. I don't see it. If we do the same down here, it can't be that, just can't be that randomly it's one falcon instead of another. Here's another place where partial falcon can go on top of a full falcon. Can you see through words when you fold it? No, I can't. I absolutely cannot. Are all the falcons supposed to be on top of each other? Is it supposed to be one side on top of this side? I mean, these falcons do line up this way. Now can we read it backwards? Through here? And it says, sorry, it's way too tedious to me. I just want to get on with it already. I understand if you don't feel the same way. It's not that I don't feel the same way. I feel real frustration and real anger. The only reason when we do these streams that I don't jump ahead and read the solution is because I feel like, or read the hints, is I feel like I want to get the full anger experience. I want to have the full rage against something wrong rather than exit before the full force of the anger. I feel like we're not doing justice. It's like if you were going to review a movie that you didn't like, but you left in the middle. I kind of feel like, oh, we should force ourselves to sit through the whole movie so that we can properly communicate the part that was unpleasant. It just feels so wrong. Sure, let's have the hints. Go ahead, Anna, give us the hints for the falcon. This feels like it's actually falcon on falcon. This feels, if I had to guess, I would guess that this is the fold because this gets these two falcons on top of each other and these two falcons on top of each other, even though they're bent. Does that form a word, though? If it does, I don't see it. Hold the paper through the light to see multiple letters. You have to go to the window, says Anna. Always asked if you could hold it up to the light. And it says, fold it diagonally so two whole falcons are on top of each other and put the paper on the window and read it with the help of light. Fold it diagonally so the two whole falcons are on top of each other. Okay, well, this was the theory of KM Bose, thinking that it must be important that it's tissue paper. So holding it up so that these are directly on top of each other. They've chosen those two. And then you think that the important thing is being able to see through it. Well, let's take a break. I'll get a flashlight. We'll see if we can't see it with the flashlight. Not exactly the way I wanted to finish this set of games out, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay. We're back. I have gone to the website myself, looked at the hints. Here they are. Hint 1 says it's on this tissue paper. We figured that out about an hour ago. Hint 2 says fold the falcons onto each other. There are falcon logos on the green paper. Okay, we figured that out an hour ago. Hint 3 says with one diagonal fold, align the 2 falcon logos. Of course, there are 4 falcon logos here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess they mean, okay, the first 2, and they want them folded diagonally. Okay, can you see something? The answer is no. I can't see anything. I've taken this to a flashlight to put some light behind it. If you guys can see anything from that in any way. I went and held it up to a large light so I could see through it. I couldn't see anything. So let's return to the website and see what we should be seeing. Okay, so if we hold this up and we hold it up this way, we should say, you must know this, Dad did this. I cannot for the life of me see that. Even when I held it up to the light, even when I held it up to a large bright light, I can't see anything, and I can't show it to you. You won't be able to see anything. It's a bizarre decision here, but okay. So knowing exactly what to do and exactly what to look for and exactly how to light it, I cannot get anything to come through. The solution to what it says is, I must know who used this stuff on Dad. I'm hiding in a structure on the map. Make it a hexagon. Place the square and look through the circle. Come find me. Okay, so the final thing for us to do is to go back to the map. Go back to the map. Make it a hexagon. Place the square and look through the circle. So it seems to me like this is probably the square and circle they're talking about. And I'm going to take this apart now. I don't think I need this anymore. And I think maybe it's suggesting why the map was cut the way it was. I think it's trying to suggest that the map should be rearranged to a hexagon. So this is how I assembled it with some removable tape. Now we have to actually undo it. Try not to tear it. But with a cheaper game, I wouldn't worry too much about damaging this stuff. But for $60, I'd like to be able to pass it along. All right, so now I have to try to remove my removable tape because we're going to reassemble this. So this is another visual puzzle. How do you rearrange these pieces into a hexagon? At least the tape is coming off. Okay. All right, so here's our pieces that we need to reassemble into a hexagon. This is one of these things where I would love some help, and I don't see how you help someone without from afar. Some people love these puzzles, these visual spatial things. Place the square and then look in the circle. Oh. You think the triangle will be the top of the hexagon, huh? There's no, the problem is there's no way you could help me. I don't think. And it's not stuff that I enjoy or that I'm good at. So we just have to flail about until we stumble on it or get angry and give up. Maybe it would be helpful if we draw what a hexagon looks like. What does a hexagon look like? Like this. Six sides. So there's our hexagon to remind us what it should look like. Presumably it's a full enclosed thing, and we're not supposed to overlap, but are we? Is there allowed to be empty spaces? We don't know. We have no idea. Are there gaps in the middle? We don't know. Does this fold? We don't know. But we do know that we're meant to put a square in it and a circle. Inside the circle is probably going to be on the map somewhere. Oh, that is a clue. Well, it's good that it ends this way because it makes it easier for me to say that I don't like this game. So in that sense, you know, some people might like ending the case like this, but for me, it makes it easier to realize that this is not the game for me because it's unpleasant. Are there people that could watch this through the channel and say, here's how to solve this? I mean, this is symmetric, so this does feel like this could be a side. And this would have to be straight. That's too big. We need something this length. What else is this length? This is. This is. That could go there. Okay. Okay. Enough. 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 Not fun. That's enough. Hint 2. In the final instructions, Abigail says to make the map into a hexagon. This is why she cut it into 5 pieces. They can be rearranged into a regular hexagon. Keep all pieces unfolded and face up. It's a tricky puzzle. Use this as a first step. Okay, this goes here, this goes here. And this is suggested to go here. This is suggested like this, and this like this. This is your progress step. Okay. Then complete it. Complete it by putting this over like this. This upside down like that. And then this like this. Okay, we did it. There's our hexagon. In the 3 years of this channel, I've probably gone to the hints 3 times. Maybe once per year we play a game that gets so unpleasant that we go to the hints. So here we are. Okay. Do you notice anything that tells you where to place this square? Well, we said we thought this probably goes somewhere. But is it going to go here because this is a corner? Or do we have other places for a square? Why should it go in one place other than another? And let's not forget there was this circle, but there was also a tiny little circle we found inside that little tiny circle that we didn't have a good reason for. Could it be trying to pinpoint us someplace in that little circle? Otherwise, what else is that little circle for? Why put it here and not here? I mean, it doesn't really fit in there. All right, channel's drawing my attention. Let's hear it. There are 4 hand-drawn corners on the map. Oh, that's true. There are here, 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 and here. They're aligned now. I see. Okay. Good catch. So at an angle, if we put them in there, so there they are. So if we slide this in there, and right here, we get a location, okay, which we can't read. Can we read it with glasses? Looks like Crotovina. All right, Crotovina. And inside the tiny little circle, nothing. All right, so I think we think it's Crotovina is where she's hiding. So, looking at the solution, where is Abigail's hiding space? Sherlock. I don't know why it's Sherlock, but okay. Sherlock solve Medusa. Answer the questions below to send your findings to your client. The first question is absolutely vital and required to solve the mystery of the Medusa Report. In case you found more, there are 2 bonus questions for you to check your understanding. Continuing without solving, then we'll explain the answers. Okay, where is Abigail's hiding space? A code name is sufficient. A code name is sufficient? Crotovina, that's not a code name, it's just on the map. Okay. All right. The first question is vital. Does anyone have any objection to this being the answer? Submit answers. There are 2 bonus questions. All right, well, I'm going to click submit. Bonus question, what is Medusa and what did Abigail discover about Medusa that made her leave the sea? I guess what we're going to say is Medusa is a, what would you call it, a poison, right? And then she discovered Medusa was used to kill her father, right? Is that what we think the answers here are? Okay, everyone agrees. Good job. You've answered the bonus questions correctly. All right, here we go. From us to Helena Vandermist, subject Abigail Vandermist's whereabouts. Dear Professor Vandermist, upon careful inspection, the Medusa Report has revealed your sister's last known hiding place, an abandoned Soviet radio tower by the name of Krotovina, 25 plus or minus 25 miles northwest of Nikitograd. She wants you to come find her there, but you may need special approval from local authorities unless you're able to gain access in some other way. Abigail left the SEA and went into hiding after discovering the following. Medusa is the code name for a lethal toxin developed in 1974 by order of SEA Director Caroline Bai. She planned to use it for complex cases to ensure the protection of important intel. Someone couldn't be allowed to fall into enemy hands. The SEA could choose to merely feign an extraction attempt and poison them instead, quicker, cheaper, and less likely to fail. The strategy was kept secret even within the SEA. Only a handful of people were in the know. However, when Medusa was used for the first time, the CIA, who this SEA reported to, were displeased with the result. The corpse of the agent, Joshua McLaughlin, showed conspicuous symptoms of poisoning. Bai was ordered to cancel the Medusa program entirely and destroy the remaining stock. Abigail discovered the symptoms described, a flowery smell and contorted face, matched those of your father, Simon Vandermist, when Abigail found him dead in 1975. If her suspicion is correct, someone held on to the toxin and later used it on him. These are all the findings from the report. If you would like continued assistance to find out how the Medusa toxin functions, or how and why your father was murdered, that would be a wholly separate case. Okay. Hours passed. Okay, now we're going to get a reply from Helena. Dear Co-op for Two, thank you so much for your incredible work. To think I might be able to meet Abby again after all these years. You have given me a point on a map, a real tangible place I can visit. At least I appreciate that the radio tower might be difficult to reach, but I'm sure I'll find a way. Maybe I could ask the help of Andreas Bremer one more time. About my father's death, while it's a disturbing thought that he may have been murdered, I can't say I'm completely surprised. I was only 12 at the time and had no clue about any of this. But when someone doing his type of work dies young, there's good reason to be suspicious. Always avoided thinking about it, but it seems there's no escaping the truth anymore. I'm finding it hard to know what to think of the safeguarding of exposed assets. Two of the people I've loved most in the world have both dedicated their lives and unique skills to it, working to save the lives of vulnerable people. But hearing stories about Bai and her methods, or when I think of that Topol woman getting to Abby before I do, it sends a chill down my spine. Which means I have to act fast. Still, before I grab my winter coats and fly off to Russia, I might need your help one more time. I will have a quick rummage through my parents' old belongings. If I find something that could help shed light on my father's final years, I know who to send it to. Signed, Helena. And if we click finish up, what do we get? Thanks for playing. You've found where Abigail is. Can the sisters be reunited at last? What will become of the SEA in this deadly plot? Click below if you want to be notified when the story continues. So, as we said, there's one. This is a trilogy, and the full trilogy is out in Dutch. It just hasn't been all translated to English and released to English players. So probably they will, given that the previous two games have kickstarted successfully, I don't know why this one wouldn't. So there you go. Did you know there are secret bonus puzzles hidden throughout the Vandermist dossier and its sequels? It's a whole extra game. You might want to scour the newspaper for a start. Okay, let's look in with the chat. Before we give our final thoughts, let's take a little 3-minute break, and then we'll come back and give our final thoughts. So 3 minutes, we'll be back with our final thoughts. Okay, we're back. 4 hours in. YouTube says 14 concurrent viewers, 8 likes. DJ Moneycut was suggesting we look at the label here again to see what is behind it. So it's very different than the previous one. Previous one looked like it was just telling us how to form a letter with pieces. This one looks like something you could build to assemble a shape. Kind of hard to read what the text would be. It's 26 different letters, so this is a full alphabet. Not sure what you could use it to decode something, but I'm not sure. Don't remember us seeing something that fit that pattern. Okay, so let's talk about the experience. Jonathan says, components look nice. Overall, I feel about the same as I did for the first game, except this time the puzzles really did not go smoothly, but maybe if you had an in-person group, someone would be able to see the visual solution. John says, I do expect for some, finally seeing how the visual puzzle works is the enjoyable aha moment. It just does not work on stream, and it doesn't work on me. Anna says, for decades, the sister couldn't solve the puzzles Abigail left her. Nonetheless, she's hiding out in a tower waiting for her to show up. After giving her instructions the same way she couldn't crack the first time. How does that make sense? Anna says, it's a tacked on themes just to justify all these convoluted puzzles not working for me. Very flashy components, but not very engaging or deep story. Yeah, I mean, well, look, you saw I did not have fun here. And to me, there are some patterns between these two boxes that produce an unpleasant experience as a total experience for me. But it's hard to know how much of this is subjective. Sometimes we play games and it's clearly, objectively, there's a problem with the way it's done. This is not quite such a simple case. I do think, though, that the designers, what they like is very misaligned with me. And there is just a predominance of what feels to me like gimmicky spatial puzzles that I don't understand why there's so much use of text that's so tiny that it's a struggle to read. I don't understand what I mean, once or twice it would be understandable. It's almost like that's they think of that as a fun puzzle. Like it's fun that it's so hard to see something. And I don't understand that design philosophy. To me, that runs contrary to what you want out of a good puzzle. And I sort of circled around this when I was talking about this napkin puzzle. To me, a good puzzle should stump you when you're trying to figure out how it works and what the basic solution is. And then once you figure it out, it should click into place. And it should be like, yes, that's it. And then then you've got it. And in this game, the napkin, the tissue paper puzzle was a perfect example of the opposite of that. We started out immediately understanding what to do, and then struggling for an hour to make the visual pieces fit together so perfectly and align so perfectly and make sense out of the ambiguous instructions to try to see a certain thing that only works when you look at it a certain perfect way. It's such a fragile puzzle. And so unconstrained in terms of saying match up the falcons with a million different ways to match them up. I just don't understand the pleasure of trying to figure that out. And to me, that's just, it's as if someone had their grab bag of gimmicky puzzles, and they're like, here's a puzzle you can do where you have to line up this tissue paper in this perfect way. And then they're just like, all right, we're just going to come up with a reason to have this here. It doesn't make any real sense narratively. And it's, to me, when you're picking puzzles, you should be culling out all the super fragile ones. Oh, here's a puzzle. You can only play it when you hold it up to a window in daylight. Then you say, you know what? Let's not use that puzzle. It's cute, it's clever, but it's too fragile. Here's a puzzle where the instructions are going to have to be to align these falcons, but there's 20 different ways you could align them. And when the person does it right, they won't know it because they'll have to get super lucky to hold this up. And it's too many moving parts that mostly fail. And it's not, there's no fun element to it. So I don't understand the thinking behind the choosing of the puzzles, and they all feel very gimmicky with a very thin thread of narrative. And it may be that some people like that. This is another gimmicky thing here with this floppy disk, and you know, it was very hard to get it to turn. And then when we did get it to turn, there was a little hole here in the center here, which had no effect, at least that we could see. And then it's really hard to get this to go. But when we did finally, get it to come up here, it's this black thing that's very hard to see the little tiny little fonted letters on there. And I just don't, like, what's the rationale there? It's like, let's make this the puzzle where they have to figure out they should turn this to get 12 letters. But then we'll make it extra difficult by making it almost impossible to see the letters. I just don't understand what the philosophy behind that is. So that's all the puzzles, but maybe some people love that. And then I think the other set of, well, let me look at the chat, then I'll talk about the other half of the critique here. DJ Moneycut says, tissue paper can only be done during the day unless you own a light table. I even held it up to the light. I couldn't see it. I also agree you need some suspension of disbelief to reason about how some of this info was hidden in these puzzles. Yeah, let's talk about the narrative and the reason for hiding the puzzles. And I think, you know, there is a pattern we've seen. When we played the Hidden Listener, which had a lot of hidden ciphers, and this one, there's a very odd element to both of those games where you sort of expect in a spy game to be decoding messages from the enemy who's trying to hide them from you. In both of these games we've played, one of the disconnects, one of the parts that feels a little like it's requiring a lot more work on our part to suspend disbelief is that we're not reading, for the most part, messages. We're not trying to decode clues and messages from an enemy who's trying to hide them from us. It's quite the opposite. We're trying to decode messages from our friend who's trying to communicate them to us, but is hiding them to get around someone snooping. It feels a lot less satisfying to break these codes. The best part about this is when we broke this one code that was telling us what the Medusa substance was about. That was actually the fun moment of the case. So there's that, but then there's also the narrative in this case feels very thin. And I guess coming from these cold case games we play, it feels just like a very thin narrative experience. It feels like it's mostly these spatial puzzles, gimmicky spatial puzzles, that are strung together by a very thin narrative whose punchline feels very trivial. Like, our girl's not in danger. She's just hiding somewhere. Find where she's hiding. That just feels a very low stakes. And I don't know, you're making a story. It's fictional. You can come up with any stakes you want, any threats, any risks. It's a very odd decision to make the whole stakes of this case be the sister is completely safe. She's not in any danger. Take your time. Find out where she's safely hiding. That's very weird. It feels like she could get that information out if she wanted to. So I don't get that. And then I think on top of that all, you could just add the fact that it feels like a very thin set of contents for a large box and for a $60, $70 game. We play these cryptic killer games all the time. They're $20 and they're longer, richer experiences. They're not puzzle games. I mean, granted, it's a different kind of game, but it does feel like this is a box of mostly air and not the most satisfying puzzles we've played and not that much content here. So I have a hard time recommending this, and I'm not sure why it's got such high ratings from people, other than the fact that it's obviously got this gimmicky high production quality. I mean, you won't find something like this in most games. They've obviously had to create this by hand, do some real work on it. The post-its look like they're handwritten on. So, I mean, there's some high production quality stuff here. It's just feels like it's wasted, at least wasted on me. Jonathan says, I think even Deadbolt manages to have more narrative throughout and better multi-act structure. DJ Moneycat says, aren't these sisters pretty old by now? Abby's still doing spy stuff. Don't they get to retire? Anna says, I thought SEA is after Abigail. That's why she's hiding. Yeah, they're presumably after her, but she seems safe in hiding. DJ Moneycut says, the timeline is a little confusing to me. I agree. It is a little confusing. But probably we could put it together. Most of the case materials is in the 70s, but it feels like we're in the current day and age while we're tracking them. Well, there you have it. I think probably I would not buy the third part of this trilogy. It's hard not to want to follow up on the final piece of this. We'll see when the time comes, when they kickstart it. But I'm inclined not to get suckered into another $60, $70 game with $20, $30 shipping from the Netherlands if it's going to be part and parcel of this same experience. It's just not quite for me. I appreciate the company. Thanks for putting up with my frustrations. I do not like reading the hints, but I think we made the right decision here to cut our losses. If you're watching this after the fact, if you've played this game with your own separate group, not on the channel, and you had a different experience than we did, and you enjoyed it more, I'd love to hear it. It may just be for a different kind of group. I mean, admittedly, I'm not a super puzzle person, but we've played lots of puzzle games that I enjoyed. This one is just missing the mark. Okay. It was fun. I'll probably try to post a spoiler-free review of this set of games. Maybe I can warn people like me not to buy them. But I don't want to dissuade all of you if this seems like it's... If you did play it and you did love it, I'd like to hear it. Otherwise, I'll see you on the next video.